And good morning, everybody. Sorry for those little technical hiccups that we had a little bit this morning. Just an issue with our scoring software there. But welcome to the 2024 PABSA Open Snooker Championship. We're at La Bande de Coin in Saint-Lambert, Quebec. It's David Burney. It's day one of this great championship. We've got a wonderful match to kick off that we're just getting into the middle of right here. It's a best of three match, round robin match with Victor Sarkis. Victor, who won this championship a few years ago to get a 2-year card on the pro scene, going against fellow countrymen in Cristiano Galesi. And it looks like Victor has got quite a commanding lead in this first frame. If you've been with us all tournament long, you know those side pockets are a little pesky. So 45 in the frame, 59 on the table. So Victor just needs one more red and that'll be his frame ball. Put us into the snooker's required stage. He's nicely on this red, just taking a look to make sure that black does go past the red. Apologize for the feed dropping a little bit earlier. We had it going, looks like our scoreboard was cooperating, but then technology, we love it, we hate it. So some minor tweaks, but we'll be up and going really well now. Definitely Victor's got to be one of the favorites to reinvigorate his card. Winner of this tournament gets a 2-year card on the Pro Tour. Let's see, Igor Figueiredo, Victor Sarkis, Ahmad Ali, and Jonas, all winners of the past iterations of this great tournament. We'll see who will be the champ this season. 64 players. So that's a concession there. So Victor Sarkis takes this frame. Best of 3 match. And we'll be right back. Hopefully we can just get a few tweaks so it's all good and hummed for everybody at home. But thanks for tuning in. And it looks like frame 2 will be starting momentarily. All right. I got that scoreboard just a little worked out for everybody there. I just our computer having just first frame jitters, but I think we're all good to go now, everybody. Some great chats coming in, some bold predictions of the final. Fabiano, who won the seniors event yesterday, people were toting him against Victor Sarkis. Could it be an all-Brazilian final? Who knows? The seniors was a Canadian-Brazilian affair, but definitely a lot of snooker to go before we get there. Conclusion will be this Sunday. Thanksgiving Sunday up here in Canada. And this could be the start of something wonderful here for Victor. Victor's definitely probably learned a lot playing over there in England. So it is the mecca of snooker, wherever a player dreams of going over to. But it's great to see there's a lot of surge here in the Americas, thanks to all the great people at the Pan American Billiards and Snooker Association, providing this tournament with opportunities for players to compete to get a 2-year card. And Victor just has a wry smile there, not happy with himself on that one. sure we'll have to see how the Brazilians fare today, as their local countryman Fabiano, as I mentioned, took the seniors yesterday, so there might have been a bit of celebration last night. Mid-range red here for Cristiano. Definitely will put him onto the black if he's able to get this red into the top left corner. So this is a good response from Cristiano on this mistake by Victor. That's what it's going to come down to, I think, on this tournament. The player that really can punish an opponent after a mistake. Field is very impressive. There's going to be players that are going to make a lot of shots. Good high runs are definitely in the cards for us. We do know about this game of snooker that everybody misses from time to time. It's just what you can make off of your opponent's mistakes. This Cristiano made one right there. Bom dia to all our friends out there. Looks like we've got a good contingency of Brazilians tuning in. Nice long red there by Cristiano. Good angle on the green to come back down table. I think this red by the pink has a path to the right middle, so electing for a thin cut. It looks relatively easy on the TV screen, but definitely in real life, this is a thin cut into these tough middle pockets. Well done by Cristiano. So the ex-pro in a bit of trouble here. Cristiano has definitely come to play this morning. Always tough, these short frame matches. A lot of upsets can happen. Definitely get that initial frame. You're in the driver's seat with just one more to go. Thanks, Jose, for the kind words. And good morning to you. He just didn't account for that black. Just spoiled the path for that red to find the top left corner. But no easy opener for Victor. Just have to run back into bulk after these reds. Ooh, double kiss. Is there a path for that red that he hit? Just by the four reds in the middle. Looks like it passes into the top left corner. Definitely thought about it. Didn't go in cleanly. Had to use the horns, but it did drop. Ooh, double whammy. Missed the pot and went in off. Just going back to what I was saying about mistakes. Cristiano obviously made one and it looked like Victor was primed to capitalize on it, but unfortunately things didn't work out for him on that pink. He's left a rather long red for Cristiano into the top right. Maybe playing a little drag shot here. It'll be okay. And for all updates and even live scoring, head out to cloudsnooker.com. Cloudsnooker.com is a great resource. And just search out the PABSA Open Snooker Championship. And on that site you'll find all the matches that are in progress right now in the room. Live scoring is all connected to tablets that the players are using for score, as well the group structure. Find out where your favorite player is, how they're doing. We're just getting started here. It's day one of the 2024 PABSA Open Snooker Championship. We're situated in the Belle Province of Quebec, in Saint-Lambert, just outside of Montreal on the other side of the St. Lawrence River. The beautiful facilities here at La Bande de Coin. It's David Burney in the booth. We're glad you're tuning in wherever you find us. We've got an active chat on the stream as well, so if you have any comments or questions, feel free to pipe in. Good friend John Talish is tuning in all the way down in Brazil. Fortunately, last year I never got the chance to see John play, but I got to see him referee, and he's top notch. And he's always keen to learn new tricks of the trade. So hopefully, John, we can see you again sometime soon. Wishing you and the family the best, as I understand you had a newborn come along the way. Hopefully everyone's happy and healthy. Thanks for tuning in, Lucky Man, all the way from Ukraine. We are having lots of fun. Obviously with an all Brazilian affair here. Lots of comments are coming in Portuguese. Portuguese is limited, but I'm pretty sure the comments are polite and supportive of either Brazilian who you're playing for, whether it be Victor Sarkis or Cristiano Galesi. And Victor slowly crawling back into the second frame. Cristiano obviously needs this frame, wants to push us into a decider. Didn't want that cannon into the yellow. Wanted to slide a little bit back. So as you can see here in the background, some applause as results are happening. To thinly snick off maybe one of those two reds below the black. Yeah, the unfortunate part with that, but it looks like he's not got a bad result there for Cristiano. I think both these reds near the top cushion kind of block each other for the potting path. Cristiano's just sure what he was looking for there. Maybe just looking for a coin. Interesting. I thought he was going into his backpack to find some extra piece of hardware, but no, just looking for maybe a a real coin. So that's the currency in Brazil. Just to mark the spot when you're in a snooker. And the doctor's not going to put him back, so take away the coin. In the Open Championship, it is no restrictions on foul and miss. It's unlimited. Obviously, until the snooker's required stage happens. And I believe, I'll have to double check with tournament director Kevin Patrick, that there is no concession ruling. So these players are very fluent in the game. So obviously when they know the frame is out of their reach, they'll do the polite thing to do and just concede. This is a great opportunity for Victor to steal this frame. Just get high enough to put this red into the left middle. So looking like he's probably just going to get behind the black here. Well laid snooker. Almost had a result with those middle pockets, but as we've seen in the senior championship, they've been playing real tough on this Hassan table. This lovely club is fitted with 2 Hassan tables. Probably the toughest tables in the room. Interesting, our scoreboard is just not syncing up right now. Maybe a little. We have had some technical glitches here and there on the senior side, but yeah, Victor should have at least 8 points. So maybe they have marked those points. And their tablet with their actual score is quite far away, so tough to see here. So not sure why the scoring app isn't updating there. It's first day. Hopefully we'll be able to work out all the kinks. The score's a little bit important, obviously. Yeah, we did see happiness, and just might be a lot of people maybe using the network here. It's maybe just hiccuping things a little bit. So Victor, I believe, is in the lead in this second frame. Just wonder if Cristiano just needs some snookers there. As obviously that was an easy blue for him, but elected not to take it on. Just take a look at our trusty webpage on Cloud Snooker, and just like Victor actually is up 66 to 47. So not sure why our scoreboard here is let down a little bit. With that blue, Cristiano has put his score to 52, so 66, 52, 14 in it. So Cristiano needs one snooker, and that's okay with that pink. It's run on. So Victor just needs the pink. I know the score is not looking like that underneath. That's the tricky part. Sometimes we're all here for our labor of love. Our great streaming producer, Lewis, had to attend to some work commitments. Hopefully he'll be back a little today. But hopefully for our next match we'll just get that scoring dialed in. Tough on the bulk cushion there. Doesn't have a lot to work with the cue ball. Yeah, a lot of the players that are playing at 11 starting to make their way in here. Some of the 9:30 matches are finishing, so getting rather busy. Definitely the place to be this week and into the weekend. Well, he's got a hair of a chance to roll this into the left middle. Pockets have been tough in the seniors, but no mistake for Victor. So that's a shake of the hands. Obviously, Brazilian brothers off the table, but fierce opponents on. So Victor Sarkis takes that frame by a scoreline of 72-55. And the match 2-0. So we'll step aside and be right back with another exciting frame, probably in about 10 minutes or so. Hopefully we can get that little scoring glitch fixed out for you. And we'll be right back. Thanks again, everybody.
David?
There's no assigned to it, it's no on the line. Put people on. No specifics. Yeah. Tony's. So far, I think everybody. More dollars.
No, but I mean, you might.
One's up. All 7. Yeah. Everybody's got 7. This doesn't mean. This guy's all. You tell just 7. Don't look at that. PABSA, you've seen 7 in every ball. Yeah. You should be 7. No, it's still there. Oh, do you want to show that? Yes.
I've always pushed this game.
He's already got it set in. I just wanted to make sure you're happy.
Yeah, exactly. I did it right.
Like what I do. Really?
Oh. Yeah, I did it. Thank you very much.
How was that? It's up there. Easier. So, whoever's ready at first. You're not gonna go by any specific order. Yeah. Anyone wants to complain? You can question.
A deal just phoned me, says 5 minutes away. It's got traffic.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, me too.
That's what you're. This is wrong. Schedule was that's good. So it has.
so
You want to go? Yeah, it's the same as all. Yes.
Snooker gonna do, I'll just get her. So, I was trying. Thanks, Kitty.
Okay.
That's good, right?
No, don't go back. This means no. Yes, you just have to know. Does it mean it? Go by your situation. Don't worry about that. It's not serious. No, we're trying to redo this.
It's quite a challenge.
Have that on the spouse. And you also make it
Hello and welcome back, everybody, to the 2024 PABSA Open Snooker Championship. It's day one, just getting set up for our second match of the day. Looking to be a great one between OBSA President Presley Bacchus. That's Presley with a nice baby blue shirt. He is donning a cummerbund, as I found out from tournament director Kevin Patrick. That is completely legal. If you do not have a vest, you can wear a cummerbund. It acts as a proper dress, so he's not in any dress code infraction there. And he's taking on Michel Vesna. Now Vesna, that might ring a bell to some hockey fans out there. And yes, he is related, as the top goalie in the NHL takes home the Vesna Trophy each year. And Michel's family is part of that Vesna clan. And he's actually a goaltender in his spare time as well. Besides playing snooker, he enjoys a good game of hockey and does like to keep the puck out of the net. But hopefully in this match, he'll put in a lot of balls into the mesh nets of these Rasson tables. It's David Burney. We're at La Bande de Coin here in the Saint-Lambert, Quebec, just on the other side of Montreal. The St. Lawrence River separates two, and Michel has won the toss. And looks like he's electing to break off, and it's game on, everybody. We're happy that you're tuning in wherever you're getting us. We're on YouTube, the 2024 PABSA Open Snooker Championship Table 1. That's a great thing to punch into your YouTube search. We're hopefully going to be by weekend's end, make it a little bit more easy, as we have heard some issues with some people just searching out PABSA, and it just seems like some of our pre-recorded or past events come up first. So always little glitches and things that we just need to tweak, but we're always happy that you're tuning in. That's Presley and his team out in Ontario doing wonders for the game, creating a real interest. Obviously in Canada, that's where the largest pool of players is. Ontario, it's densely populated in southern Ontario, and it's the more people populated there, you're probably going to get a few more players. But there's little scenes here and there. There's a lot of people coming from throughout Canada here. Myself from Vancouver. There's a little good scene going out there. Ramin, who's doing wonders out in Calgary, Alberta. Darcy Michael, unfortunately, I think is on his way back to his home in Winnipeg, Manitoba, doing phenomenal work. That's in Canada. And then America, there's some great people doing a good job. Can't say enough good things about Mike Dominguez. We're there at Ox Billiards in Seattle, Washington. Jaya Pradhakar, who's the head of the Pan American Billiards and Snooker Association, is also the head of the United States Snooker Association. And they're in the full throes. I think they have a 10-city tour going on down there in America. Great to see. And our good friends from Brazil, El Chefe, Pedro, with the CBBS, and Januero and Rodrigo, all great guys that we got to meet last year in Rio, are up here, and they're doing wonderful things. There's something going on in the water, definitely down in Brazil. They're producing a lot of great champions. So, Presley with an opening red, but just didn't really have much of a shot to continue the break, so just wanted to roll up to that brown, but it's a little bit pacey as he's knocked out the white. And Presley's very fluent with these tablets. He's brought his tablets from Ontario that they use in the OBSA, so Michel just curious a little bit about how it works, as it is a new system. But everyone's apt to learn. Let's see how Michel's long potting is. Interesting, Michel uses a glove. You don't see many snooker players using a glove. It's more on the pool side. And some of the players that do have that carbon fiber cue. Ahmad Ali, winner of this Open Championship back in 2022, swears by it. Obviously, he uses a glove because just the friction kind of through the V of your bridge can be a little annoyance, so the glove eases that pain. So this is the first frame for both players, but both players were in the seniors event, so they're quite familiar to the room, but neither have been on the TV table, so this is a first for them. It's thin, and that's definitely at the far end of the table there. Not sure if it made contact or not. And with the foul points awarded to Michel. was not a contact there. He's opened it up. He's got a good red to start things off to the right middle. Does look like he has the path to the green, as with the angle. We'll take him back down table. For the brown and just drawing it back with ferocious power. Well, I think he's come up a little empty-handed. First glance, it doesn't look great. For continuing the break, you might have to run and hide back into the bulk area. Well, looks like that blue has come to the rescue for him. Obviously there's reds for Presley to hit. That blue just might have covered up the potting angle.
Yeah, if you raise your opponent. You gotta get your name where it goes. This schedule, don't look at this, this is a mess. This, the name is good.
Very nicely done. There's a lot of danger on that shot, but Michel made great work of it, putting his cue ball deep into the bulk area.
Yeah.
Sure, but I've seen that.
Yeah, these round robin matches are best of 3, so a little nervy in this first one. Obviously you get the first frame on the board, you're 1 frame away from clinching victory, you put your opponent on the back burner. Definitely don't want to be playing with pressure, and that can happen in these short frame matches when you trail 1 frame to nothing. So that's why we're seeing neither player really sticking it out. Obviously, as we get into the knockout round, that's when matches grow in length. You don't really want to give your opponent an easy chance. You want to make them earn it, maybe taking on a long pot. It's always salvation if you're playing well and you just lose to a better opponent. It's a tough pill to swallow if you're submitting a lot of unforced errors and gifting your opponent the frames and match.
This should match the exact same. And it's hard to remember a time. It's in that box. Look at, because there's no assigned time.
That might be the one mistake. Possibly there's a red out in the open. Tough part is just looking. Color's a bit tough. Blue will be another long pawn into the yellow pocket as it's come off its spot. Oh. See, those are the errors you can't be making. You can't just gift your opponent some points. Interesting decision here. He does have that red into the top left corner pocket. Problem, if he's missing it, he's going to leave Presley on the top end of the table. So I think he's just going to take a little clip off this red below the pink. Oh, there's a plant there. Doesn't raise a hand. Didn't think he kind of spotted it there and didn't raise his hand to acknowledge a fluke. Always nice to get the blue back on its spot. Always a saving grace when you're at the top end of the table. Potting red, sometimes blacks and pinks can get covered up, or you just run out of a little position, or you might have a blind cut into one of the top corner pockets. And having the blue nicely on its spot is a great saving grace to continue your break. Oh, he flirted with that green pocket with his cue ball. So a sigh of relief there, Michel. Path back to bulk isn't crystal clear here for Presley. As I have understood, his parents were big fans of the king, hence the name Presley. Well, he's definitely hoping to be king of this tournament. Grab a 2-year card, as that's what they're playing for. The winner who will be crowned on Sunday night, this Thanksgiving weekend here in Canada. Will be awarded some cash and a 2-year card on the pro circuit. Which Victor Sarkis was able to achieve a couple years ago, and now it's elapsed. He's been regulated to, I believe, amateur status. But he's in this tournament, battling, trying to get back over there to England. Our good friend Ahmad Ali, who won this in 2020, is over there battling away. He's getting close to his 2-year Sarkis. And Ahmad definitely doing America proud, but he's finding that it's pretty tough over there. It's just so ingrained in the English culture and Irish and Scottish. Tough part obviously in the North America and South America is the distance we have to travel. But it's great that they can put on these tournaments, and hopefully players might be able to, in their local community, garner a little bit of support, maybe a little sponsorship, as it can be costly. Definitely myself coming from Vancouver, and a local favorite out there, Charlie Brown, who's made the trek. And even our Brazilian contingent that's playing in this tournament. It's a long commute. But as I said, when looking for sponsorship, if you are a player, you just start with who you know. I'm very fortunate that I've got some help in the Vancouver area with some tournaments in the financial side. I always let people know and preach that find out who you know. There are some people actually that are in the snooker world that definitely really are wonderful contributors. James Power, who does a lot of work in Ontario, works hand in hand with Presley, has generously put some financial backing into the game there. So really appreciate that, James, if you're listening. Hopefully we can find more gracious people like that that just want to see this great game grow. It is a beautiful one. And Michel with just a 18-point lead, but plenty of reds still on this table. This first frame just slow moving, getting going. This could be a good chance. It's a thin black, but you know there's more open reds. So, just actually waiting for the Jason table. As you can see, there's Prejo, the big man, Chefi. Very instrumental in the Brazilian snooker scene. I believe he is the president of CBBS. And on the stream we do have an active chat, so if you have any comments or questions, feel free to let us know. So tell us where you're tuning in from. This game of snooker is played in over 100 countries. Bob Himnani has entered the room. His lovely wife, as we've christened her, the First Lady of Snooker. She's Bashley enjoys that distinct honor. He's definitely supportive of Bob, always getting him to come in, get him to practice hard. Always good to have a nice coach in your background. It almost feels like in the Americas we're kind of in the 1970s of professional snooker, where it was just kind of in the background, and it's slowly like coming into the foreground. Definitely seen an exponential growth, that's for sure. Lots more tournaments are popping up. This also was the site here at Le Ban de Coin of the Canadian National Championship. Wigao, aka Carter, is in this tournament. Also some previous Canadian national champions. Floyd Ziegler, 3-time champion. Jason Williams, champion. Levi Myler, junior national champion. Some champions on the American side as well. Stephen Wong will be coming into the room shortly. Although we're missing the reigning U.S. national champion, Darren Taylor. That's looking like the next big event on the calendar, the U.S. Nationals, back at Embassy this year. Looking forward to that great event. It runs from November 22nd to 25th. And we'll be probably streaming that up through Ox Promotions. Christian Youngers, who does wonderful work as a streaming producer. We're missing you up here, Christian, but Lewis is doing a marvelous job as well. It's a nice little touch shot. Very tricky with the rest. Got to give a shout out to another Bernie in the room. Bernie's in here every morning, brushing, blocking, ironing, cleaning the rails of these beautiful tables in the room. There's 9 in action, so Bernie's always got a lot of work to do. He comes in with a bright smile. It's always a friendly face first thing in the morning. So I appreciate all your work, Bernie. Maybe I have a little bit of bias of giving him great praise, as I am David Bernie. So 2 Bernies in one room. Can you imagine? Only in Quebec. a little glitch, obviously, with the tablets there. I'm not sure why it is marked a break of 1 for Presley as he's just come back to the table, but maybe the scoring software has a little crystal ball that can tell the future. Interesting with Presley, when he's down feathering on the ball, he just raises his head just slightly, but he keeps it down through the shot. Just those little mannerisms that we pick up. Probably has no idea that he's doing it. As many of the players, when you kind of talk to them about some of their little unique twists and turns, when they come to the shot, they're quite surprised. I'd say to any beginner out there, any new player picking up the cue, keep that head down, even prolonged, almost like best idea is probably raise that head when all balls have come to a rest. And obviously sometimes balls are flying around and it might be coming towards you that you need to get out of the way, but just starting maybe practice exercises, just keeping that head down. And another thing that we see, Phil Snake does it quite effectively. It's a real long, deliberate pause in the backswing. Well, there's so many facets to the game, so many little tricks. I've also found out that when playing a double, bank shot, as our pool friends would allude to, that's obviously taking your cue ball to hit object ball off one cushion and going into a pocket. Most of the time, it's into side pockets. But I find Presley very fortunate not to go in off there. But I find with the doubles, a lot of players are eager to see where that object ball is going, so they'll turn their head almost when they're coming through the shot. And I firmly believe that it's best vantage point to just listen for the pocket, not watch it, just listen for that double to go in. So 33-8 lead for Michel Vesna, part of the great Vesna clan, a family of goaltenders. Michel, actually, we were chatting last night, just after the championship of the senior side. He was quite impressed by my wealth of goaltender knowledge. It's obviously in hockey, which is pretty much religion in this province, as we're just across the river from Montreal and the Canadiens. Although they haven't been in the limelight of late, but they are the last Canadian team to hoist the Stanley Cup way back in 1993. So there's been quite a drought in Canada's national winter sport. A great long pot there by Presley. So I'm not sure if it's changed going back to national sports. Most people say, what's Canada's national sport? A lot of people default to hockey, where in fact it actually is lacrosse. But they might have changed that over the years. I knew as a youngster that was the case. I got into playing that game of lacrosse. Definitely a tough game, but a beautiful game nonetheless. This is what Presley needs, just to get at the table and get some flow. Yeah, I wonder if you could see it there. I was just looking down the barrel of his shot there. And he comes real low. He's got the cue going through the cleft of his chin. And then just kind of when he's getting ready to hit, he just slowly raises it a bit. But then holds that position. He doesn't raise it, doesn't pop up like a Pop-Tart like we've seen some players. And that will just throw a shot into a dangerous way. Then you have the late, great Alex Higgins, two-time world snooker champion, bouncing around, flopping around, just twitching all over the place. This is the teachers and purists of the game of snooker marvel at like how he even could make a shot with all that movement beforehand. Didn't want that cannon of the blue. Like Presley was looking, well, he would have that red on the top cushion to come off of. But when you're playing defensive and you're putting your opponent in a tough position, you don't want to give them options. You want to give them one choice, and hopefully it's an uncomfortable choice for them. Ooh, that might be a costly miss there for Presley. He's lucky that this red near the right top corner is going to block the path for that pink. Michel just waiting for, looks like Roland Colburn. Colburn on the adjacent table. Just as Roland took a shot, Pedro was quick to come over, so apologize for the little delay, but great sportsmanship with all these players here. On the table with their opponent, even adjacent tables. Take a pause break, the player take their shot. The dark horse has entered the room. Daniel Holoida, coming all the way from Poland. Now, obviously, a lot of people were scratching their head last year, wondering what is a Polish player doing in an America's championship. Well, Daniel's parents were living in America at the time he was born, so he qualified for citizenship. Played in this championship last year in Rio de Janeiro. Got his feet wet there, got an idea of the caliber of players. So he might be quite a surprise. Michel kind of lifted up a little bit, thrown a cue through there. But he was successful. In 2022 senior PABSA snooker champion Vito Powapolo is here. He's probably having a good chat with Fabiano, just letting him know what excitement is in store. As Fabiano will be headed to the Crucible Theater this May to play in the World Seniors Championship. Nice little run here from Michel. 14 in building. Hoping to take this initial frame. It's kind of been a little bit of a slog. Both players just trying to find some fluency. Yeah, 2016 Richler Cup runner-up is in the room. Phil Snake. Snake Man all the way from Oshawa, Ontario. He's always a threat. Crafty player. It's always fun to see Phil play. Very interesting technique is when he feathers ferociously. But then when he gets down to actually driving the cue through the cue ball, he takes that deliberate, slow, and pause in his backswing, as we alluded to earlier. Not Michel's favorite shots. So wouldn't mind being a little bit higher on this blue. Wow, what a shot there. It's tough going into these middle pockets, and he did it with ease. And the result of the shot that he's plumb on this red. Looks like he might be able to just stun it into this pocket, hold for the pink into the opposite top corner. Only 22 points in it and 43 on the table. It's still anyone's frame. Oh, maybe just thinking a little bit about that red. so tough in this sport when you're down on a shot. You know, obviously every shot's got two parts. One is the pot. The next is where you want to put your cue ball to be onto your next shot. But when you're down on the shot, you just can't get ahead of yourself. All the planning is done beforehand, and when you're down on the shot, just execute what's in front of you. So 21 points in this first frame, 35 on the table. Presley Bacchus in a bit of bother here. Obviously with the final red on the table, there's always a possibility of a free ball, as that can happen is when you're in a snooker and the result of your shot leaves your opponent, well, in a snooker, and he's missed the object ball. Michel just popping up just to make sure that there is a mark for the respot, just in case. This will be coming back. Got a good friend Gernaro doing a little Brazilian documentary. He's got his camera running around. So, third attempt here for Presley. Much better hit there. Might have just pushed that red tight to the bulk cushion, and in that case, obviously the idea is one thing. When it's glued to the cushion, you want to hit object ball and cushion with your cue ball at the exact same time. Most of these players definitely will know every shot in the book. It's just executing it. That's the other battle. Looks like Presley might have a little bit of a swerve, just maybe a bit of side on this to come around the brown. Nice little clip off the yellow. Put his cue ball tight to the ball cushion. He has left a path, and the potting angle is there on this red. Definitely there's a lot of length cover here. If Michel wants to find the bottom of the pocket with this red, it's full 12 feet in front of him. Michel just looking to play safe. A little mistake there by Michel. Gifted an opportunity for Presley. Twitched a little bit. Another heavyweight has come into the building. 2015 Richard Cup runner-up, Chekyan Kwan, who played at the Embassy Open previously about a month ago. So 27 on the table. And they've got 23 points in it. Presley looking poised. Green is a tough one for him. That's a yellow he'd like to have back. Put it incredibly close to the middle pocket. Ooh, but Michel, you might have snookered yourself there. Yeah. Michel just making a small little mark just in case this cue ball is coming back. All so often than not, these frames come down to the colors. We're in that case right here. Green is Michel's frame ball. So the difference is 25, and there's 25 on the table. I think Michel has had a result there. I think he's put Presley in a snooker. You might believe in a free ball. So free ball happens, obviously. If he can't see, cut both sides of the ball, he'll be in trouble. Actually, I think it's okay. Just stretching around and just looking at the table live. There's a big beam in my way, but with this wonderful facility, you need those beams to support the roof. We want the roof to come down on us. Really a great opportunity there from Michel. That green, the brown was sitting plumb there. Blue, it's all house money for him. It's with a difference of 29. And only 25 on the table. Presley just needs one snooker to force a black ball respot. There's a little bit of space. It's not tight to that top cushion. Not that Michel needs to do much with this, just needs to concentrate.
I don't know what he's doing.
He's Polish, he does.
Maybe a little disturbance. Just notice Michel when he's down, he's just got a bit of head movement when he goes from object ball to cue ball to object ball. Not sure if that translates on the stream, but I think a lot of players here kind of found the game a little later in life. As in the Americas, maybe in Brazil. Next time I'm down there, I'll have to do some investigative work. But in Canada and America, it hasn't really been fostered a lot. Cue sports have kind of been in the background. They haven't been at the forefront. So when you're young and you learn the proper techniques, and that will stay fast with you for the rest of your life. Whereas when you get in the game a little bit older, you might develop bad habits, and those stick with you, and they're tough to shake. There's 20 in it. Presley only needs 2 snookers. That's a very nice shot by Michel. I'm thinking if Presley can't get out of this one, he might concede. Always tough in these. What a hit there. Any other day, he'd be thrilled with that shot, but when he needs a couple of snookers, that blue could help him out. Just ran on a bit too much. Putting angles there for the pink for Michel. So for frame, looking to try and get the first one on the board. Yeah, you don't want to give your opponents a sniff of a chance. When you've got the lead, you want to get it done and dusted as soon as possible. So then doubt can crawl in your mind. And you give your opponent more and more chances to put you in a snooker, but in this instant, Presley does need a couple, but he'll probably need 5 or 6. Usually players can get out of snookers relatively ease in the beginning of these battles. This frame building up as being quite colossal. Obviously, if Presley is able to steal it by laying a couple of snookers, his confidence will be over the moon. But Michel just wants to get this one done and dusted. Get him one more frame to achieve victory.
No tables available.
Okay, all right.
Looks like he has a snooker there. Shouldn't be too much of an issue for Michel to get out of this one. And the open side of this tournament is definitely off and running. Busy, busy. Lots of come-ins and goings, great conversations. If you want to find out any information of how the tournament is faring, feel free to check cloudsnooker.com. That's cloudsnooker.com. You can look at the PABSA Open Snooker Championship at La Bande de Coim. There you'll find where all the players are, what groups they're in, who their opponents are, as well as live scoring, as all our tables here are linked up to tablets that talk directly to that site, so we can provide up-to-date information for all you people out there that can't make it down to the venue. You can find us out what's going on in the internet. Oh, just a little too thin for Michel. Oh, that might do it there. The dreaded double kiss. Double kiss is always good in France. And obviously here in Quebec. That's way back in, I believe, 1435. If my young history lesson is correct, that's when Jacques Cartier from France came over to the New World. And that should do it. So this first frame, it's been a little bit of a slog getting through, but Michel Venza, it's got me tongue twisted a little bit, takes it by a scoreline of 65-42. We'll step aside and come right back with frame two.
I will be tourists. Nice area.
And welcome back, everybody, to the 2024 PABSA Open Snooker Championship. We're here at La Bande de Coin in Saint-Lambert, Quebec. It's David Burney in the booth. It was our second frame. First one was a battle. See how our competitors battle here. Definitely looks like it's a touching ball. It's been nominated there. Which one is the offending ball? Presley Bacchus, the head of the OBSA, that's the Ontario Billiards and Snooker Association, doing lots of wonderful work, and also provided this tournament with the lovely tablets that all the players are keeping score. Taking on Michel Vesna of the Vesna Trophy Clan. The Vesna Trophy is awarded to the top goaltender in the NHL. The province of Quebec has produced many, many wonderful goaltenders in hockey. And Quebec has produced not a bad snooker player as well, Alain Robidoux. I think Alain popped by during the senior event. Kind of snuck in, wasn't able to see him. But hopefully he'll come back and pay us a visit again. As it's just day one of this championship and we'll run all the way till Thanksgiving Sunday. Great to see all you guys tuning in. There's an active chat. If you have any comments or questions, feel free to let us know. Hopefully our pictures are looking good, the audio is sounding clear, and you're all here ready to enjoy some great snooker action to see who is going to get a 2-year card on the World Snooker Professional Tour. Michel with a shot like that could punch his card. Great long red and just stunned it to hold for the black into the opposite corner pocket. This is a good opportunity for Michel. Don't I think that one red to the right of the black blocks the path. So, but he's got a blind cut on this red. The red that's left of the black could come up for the blue.
Mas essa aí, senão você fica com uma cara.
Oh, Gilles. Thank you. French is not super fantastic, but I appreciate those kind comments. I'll take comments in English, French, Portuguese. We even had some friends tuning in from Ukraine. Definitely on the world snooker scene. Mink Nutcharat just captured the Australian Open over Anye. That's great to see. Those are two juggernauts of the world side, the world women's side. Hopefully a bunch of you tuned in to the U.S. Open when it went down in Seattle, Washington at the Ox Billiards Club. Always great fun. And there is some impressive women shooters, that's for sure. Got a couple women in the senior and open. Simone Lloyd and Anita Chan. I think as these get more and more tournaments, more and more events will be streamed, more and more people will be inspired, youngsters, boys and girls. It's not another strength sport, mental strength for sure. Almost parallels golf a little bit. As in golf, women may not have the power that the men do to drive that golf ball with distance, but the touch the ladies have around the green is just top notch. They've got a real feel for it, so you might not see a women's snooker player power in a shot, draw it up and down the table, Judd Trump style. But when they get into the balls, where you can be most effective, those short, compact stuns and run-throughs and short drawbacks, women can excel at it just as much as men.
It's all
She'll just love that to pull up a little bit. Love to be on the right side of the blue. Just as that open red in the middle table just to the right of the blue would be a little bit more easier. Now it's going to have to run in and out of bulk.
He didn't know what he does. It's always like whatever different places well.
He didn't do that much with that pace. So now he's opened the door for Presley. Good. Relatively easy starter. But there is no easy shot in this game of snooker. Can't take anything for granted. As soon as you think, I've got this, that ball will not find the pocket more often than not. It's a bit He was a bit flatter on that red. I thought he had a good angle just to come into it and be on the black, but not the case. Just breaks down on that green. Trying to give it maybe a bit more pace to come back down to the table to continue the break. Nice spot there by Michel. Fortunate part is he's not really wonderfully on anything. Fortunate enough that this red is close to the middle pocket, so he doesn't have to really run deep into the top area. Doesn't have to drive his cue ball through to get this yellow. Looks like the natural angle will take him off 2 cushions, and he could be nicely onto the red. But getting a little extra hardware, extending that rest, so he needs a bit more length. So just working out how this contraption works. This piece of equipment just got a little stuck there. Just wasn't extending. So all systems go here. And definitely with those telescopes, you want it to, when you've got it to your desired length, just screwing the screw mechanism just to make it taut. So it's loose, it's going to slide around and really give you a great approach at your shot. He's playing for this red just in the pack. Looks like it breaks off. Ooh, no, it didn't.
All the time I've worked for 20 minutes. I didn't know we were. I always. So I know you could.
So it's like a tough path for Presley to get back into the bulk area here. So got a deep think about it. Just making a little bit of mark just in case there's a respot. Michel just off table, eyes closed, maybe just doing a little small form of meditation. Looking forward to his next opportunity at the table. It can be a relatively easy starter, but Presley wants to not make sure that happens. Not a result from that shot. Opened up a lot of reds. One of them found the ball in the pocket. Black's in a wonderful spot. So, good chance here. Fortunately, just black ball has blocked a path for that 2-ball plant into the top left, so let's go with second prize. This red into the middle. That's those middle pockets. We've seen it throughout the entire senior championship, and it's still a problem for these players in the open. Yeah, it's a rather scrappy frame, you know, no one's really let their hair down and really compiled a nice high break. Michel has just baited Presley to take on a long pot, hoping that maybe he misses and puts him into the top area of the table. The corner pockets are being a pain as that rattled in the jaws and didn't go in. And this has just left a sitter here. The problem is black and pink are rather tied up. Over the green, it's very close to its own pocket. So Michel has a lot of distance to cover in the beginning of this potential break. He had a long stare at that. It was coming down with pace and just hit that green on an angle that it didn't go down, but has left himself plumb on it. Well, he's got a couple of reds, one to the left middle, another to right middle. And with the angle of both of them, he's going to be coming up to the bulk end. There's some colors available. Nothing as easy on these side pockets. He's giving Presley half a chance here. Wondered maybe that black does go past that red that it's close to. Very interesting follow through there. Yeah, I think maybe just both these players just need to tighten a few screws. They're not missing by a lot. Just gonna be so accurate in this game to be successful. They're just not finding it right now. See, neither has been on the TV table in the senior event. So that might have just added pressure. Might have run just enough that the potting angle is gone for this red into the left middle. Was giving Presley a chance. Just blind cut into the yellow pocket. Nothing's going easy for either of these players. Seems like every pot just has to hit a horn or two and just think about dropping before it goes in. That's a bit cleaner. Just this little 6-point break there. Just short jab shots here. No one's really doing the big combination knockout blow here. Speaking of Alex Higgins, it seems like Michel Vesna kind of has the follow through of Higgins, just flaring it through. Oh, that's a miss safety shot there for Michel. It's left to red to the left middle for Presley. Those middle pockets rearing their head again. There's this white-headed. Ooh, it's okay. Feels like we're just at the 15th round of a heavyweight battle, and just both players just throwing punches and just finding a tough time to land. Neither of these players are putting any ball in the pocket with fluency. You almost have to throw away the safety side as both players are struggling with their potting. Tough part is you never know. Both skilled cueists, or they wouldn't be in this tournament. When someone revs up, it could be tough for the opponent. Well, it went in, but it definitely thought about it as it hit the horn. Yeah, this is looking a little bit better from Michel.
Who won the seniors?
Seems on the longer shots that Michel has that wild follow through. That mid-range shot, he kind of stayed down a lot more than he's used to doing. Got 14 points in it and 51 on the table, so. It does have a black into the left middle, just a little bit hampered by the brown. If he's going to try and come off the green and get behind this brown. Some nice snooker there. So Michel just giving it a mark, just in case it's a respot. In this open side of the tournament, it's unlimited putbacks and attempts in foul and miss situations. It's a good hit there. He's left a thin cut for Presley. The only saving grace is there's really not a color reward here. That draw it back. Hitting that with pace made it a bit tougher, but he was successful. That's definitely a result there. Raises his hand as that was not the intention there. Kind of surprised that Presley did take that on. Yeah, with this red tight behind the pink. The last shot he had was asking for a snooker. But this is severely tough. And it could be quite profitable for Presley, as that red is buried in between the pink and black. So they're just waiting for tournament director Kevin Patrick to set up another match on the tablet. Then he's going to come over and take a look at that shot. It just goes to show we need more and more people behind the scenes: referees, scorekeepers, commentators, tournament directors. It's a tough job that Kevin's got. It's a one-man show. And we all all love to play this game, but if we really want to see it grow, we need people behind the scenes to keep the community growing. As this has been a slow-moving match, and it's just kind of getting even slower. Michel just waiting for Alain Lavoie on the adjacent table to take his shot. So now we can get on to the business of this shot being taken. Is he going to be successful? It's a tricky one. And good successful shot. He can breathe a sigh of relief. Well, he hasn't got the snooker. Presley can take a shot at the left side, as it looks like. Right side, I should say, of this red, but it looks like he's coming on the left side on the other side of the black. Unfortunately, nope. I took the first idea. Match just in its second frame, and we're getting up to the 2-hour mark. I don't think Michel's going to like his next shot. This looks like a good chance for pushing the red down to the top end of the table. Presley stunning this cue ball just to stick right there. So I'll have the yellow as a blocker. It's a good hit by Michel. Well, he didn't get the snooker, but he's all right because that green is blocking the blind cut. But I wonder if Michel might try to cut this into the green pocket. This one might be going in. Oh, no. Just hit the cushion just before the pocket, and that spoiled the chance at that potential fluke. Not sure if Michel can get around. He's having some issues with his eyes. He's trying to keep them open or something like that. But coming down and taking a look at seeing if he's able to come around the blue to spot this red into the green pocket. There's a nice long red there. It's a good round of applause in the crowd there. It's not going to wake up Michel. Put together a clearance to take the frame and match. Oh, he's ran on too much and he's snookered himself on the yellow. Another lapse in concentration. So 16 points in at 34, 18. And there's 27 on the table. Ooh, and he's hit the blue. Just lap and concentration there. I think just with this match going such a distance, these players both are trying to find it tough to focus. And Michel was thinking about putting him back. He's having a few thoughts about it. And now they're asking the audience for some help in putting the balls back. Hey John, he's just wondering who else is in this group. I don't have the spreadsheet in front of me, but if you go to cloudsnooker.com, and check out the 2024 PABSA Open Snooker Championship at La Bande de Coin, you should be able to find their group. This is Presley Bacchus against Michel Vesna.
Not one morning anyway. Yeah, for sure.
Good hit there by Presley. If he wasn't successful there, it wouldn't have been going back, as there's 27 points in it and 27 on the table. Didn't want to hit that horn. Not the pot on for Michel, but definitely can hit the yellow. The old parachute shot. Hitting the object ball square. So it comes off the cushion and hits the cue ball and pushes it back up table. It's a little too pacey there. Presley wanted to be tight to that green. Oh, that mistake there has opened up the door for Presley. He's got the yellow into the left middle. Brown is going to be a bit tricky. It's a pot over there on the right side. The green is Michel's frame ball. Will put us into the snooker's required stage if he's able to pot this. Sad result. Obviously with 25 in it and 25 on the table, this isn't going to come back. If it's a miss, it will just be a foul. Just have to swerve it around that blue. Unfortunately, got the green into that pocket, so Michel rather in the driver's seat to take this frame and match. Ball's in the open, but there's not really a great ball to lay a real telling snooker behind here for Presley. He'd like either the blue, pink, or black just to get rather close to the cushion, not right on the cushion. There's 32 in it with 22 on the table here. And Michel Vesna in a little bit of snooker problems here. Oh, and he's got a result here. Oh, and there's the handshakes right there. I think Presley's had enough. Michel's probably had enough. I think we finished Ben-Hur about half an hour ago. That was a marathon of a match, that's for sure. Hopefully, maybe these boys woke up a little bit and they'll come back fighting. That was just their first match, so we're going to step aside from this 2024 PABSA Open Snooker Championship for a few short moments while we get our next match up on the TV table. So this is a good chance to get that cold drink, and we'll be right back at Le Bain de Coin in Saint-Lambert, Quebec. Thanks, everybody.
I agree. It's going to be a tough one to beat, but yeah. Which table is it?
Like where you would not expect it.
Good for him. I think it's $500 for highest place. US is beautiful.
All the money breakdown on the US dollar, I pay every
Yeah.
Canadian that I have based on what the dollar's worth, right? So if it's a dollar, say convert it American to Canadian, it says 700, okay, then that's pretty good.
Yeah, yeah. How are you doing?
He's going down the street.
Oh, yes.
So how do you call that again? Cummerbund.
He didn't know
Now
what
I
they
know
were.
what cummerbund is.
Yeah,
I know what a cummerbund was.
Yeah, they've been legal for all of our majors for years because of the temperature. Because what was
But I've never
happening?
seen a pros bar though.
No, but they're not playing in 85 degrees in the room.
Yeah, air conditioned and everything. Yeah.
Yeah, so we said the cummerbund could be used, so we can almost pass it out of the table. So,
Yeah, I mean, I would prefer vest, to be honest, but
yeah, they forgot his vest.
At least you brought your cummerbund.
No, it's fine.
Kevin's and the bow tie.
Wow, you weren't prepared at all.
I hung up all my stuff on the door and I didn't put it in my car.
You're too far away to go pick it up.
6 hours.
Yeah, that's not what I'm going for.
I'm amazed people don't know what it is.
I'm amazed too, yeah.
They come here, well, I don't have to wear a tie or a vest, do I? Yeah. Full dress is full dress.
One of the reasons is because Jaya doesn't force it. Like
In the early rounds, I
US Nationals.
slack off in the early rounds.
Right, and I know.
Yeah.
And truthfully, we want people to get used to it.
Yes, exactly.
Play right away, get used to it.
I don't practice this.
You haven't
Sure,
started,
you know.
you haven't started 2 more matches yet.
No, but so we're working on 24 something.
Dead, yeah, there was 3 or 4 days when nobody was here.
You ready? Is that a younger and wants some practices? It's convenient because you get that. Usually get a simple yes. It is good as well. We can solve it just I'll take this. 60-24 is after the year. Sometimes I would use 35, then they had 57. What's else? Presley.
How was it again?
Who's the rest of my best? Ooh. This is fast. The first is good. I'm going to this. To take all of them on this guy.
Yeah, welcome back everybody to the 2024 PABSA Open Snooker Championship live here at La Bande de Coin in the Saint-Lambert, Quebec. It is David Burney in the booth. Got a nice exciting round robin match here with the Flying Dutchman Ernst Bismir wearing his tongue twisted hypnotic vest, taking on Hassani Olsantina. So maybe they might have a slight advantage for Hassan. He did go far in the Q Tour stop back in San Jose in February of this year. Ernst, who just loves the game of snooker, will pretty much travel anywhere to play. Was down in Rio last year. He's asking me about tournaments in Vancouver. I told him about the BC Open. So we've exchanged contact information, and hopefully we can see Ernst again on this side of the 49th parallel. We've got an active live chat on the stream. Feel free to put in your comments or questions. Let us know where you're tuning in from. Snooker is a global game, played throughout the world. We're always happy to hear where our stream is reaching out to in the world. And if you need any updates on live scoring, cloudsnooker.com. Take a look at the Open Championship tab, and you should see a little marker with the live scoring feature. We have about 9 tables in use here. Lots of scores coming in, and as well, the results will be there. And the group stage, you can see where your favorite player is. This was poised to be a good start for the Dutchman. Makes his residence now in Houston. He's become a resident there. He's in the chemistry field, Ernst is.
So they'll be done sometime.
Ooh, what a find that almost was. Didn't even see that at all. Great eyes there by Hassani. Hassan, my apologies, Hassan. We're just going to see an instance where they're going to be pushing a lot of red balls down table. Lots of respect for these players. So that's the potential of this red that's just right of the pack. Long one down to the yellow pocket. I just don't want to cannon into that black. I want to spin back and have that red that's just left of the bunch into the right middle. So trying this red into the left middle. It's tricky.
Revenge.
I think this is the first match for both of these players. So just a little bit to warm up. Looks like Ernst was fresh out of the gate first. Yeah, the elementary safe of obviously clipping off the pack and running down to bulk is not there, as there's a lot of reds starting to accumulate down there. Hassan has this red to the green pocket. It's a thin cut. It's going to lose a little control of the cue ball, but he's fortunate enough that he has that blue out in the open. Hassan actually wasn't involved in the seniors, so maybe a slight advantage to Ernst, who did play in the seniors the last 4 days. Obviously, he wasn't able to make it out of his group stage, so he wasn't around for the knockout phase, but still, he's been in town a little bit longer. Just got accustomed to the Belle Provence. I say accustomed to the room. Might be a costly miss. Hassan gonna be happy with that. Seems like he was just faltering just a little bit. This gentleman definitely knows how to put balls into the bottom of the pocket, so once he gets started, Ernst could be sitting for quite a while. Might be touching the ball there. And both players confirm. Ernst just coming over to just double check. Great sportsmanship by both men. Boatarji Charles. It looks like you might be wondering where some results are. They are on the cloudsnooker.com webpage. Look out the Open Snooker Championship, the PABSA one, as there's many tournaments on Cloud Snooker's webpage. Maybe a friend out there that's watching the stream in the chat, just put a link up there for Charles and anyone else. www.cloudsnooker.com. That's www.cloudsnooker.com. Is a great resource for all results and live scoring. So we have active tablets at each table, and they're producing up-to-date scoring on that website as well. Let's go back in time again. She's not going to like that. Ball's kind of a little bit messy. It's not elementary, but still colors are available for Ernst after that red. Bring the blue back, and that's going to be quite nice for Ernst. Just needs to, ooh, just wanted it off that cushion just a bit more. Ernst as well back in his hometown of Houston. That's his own table set up at home. He actually put it together and clothed it and cushioned it all by himself. So a man of many talents. And he was in here last night as the final came to a climax as our tournament director, Kevin Patrick, an accomplished referee, put together a little clinic. It's great to see we had some people wanting to jump in, as we need lots of referees in North America. It's a tough bracket being a referee, as James Power was alluding to me yesterday. He did a quarterfinal match and found it really tough. Obviously, he comes by the way as a player. But switching it on to be a referee is like, you don't get any breaks. And Kevin Patrick equally acknowledged, yeah, when you're a referee, you got to be on the ball all the time. And if you're a player, obviously Ernst isn't at the table right now. He's got a chance to collect his thoughts. Maybe think about when his next opportunity, what he's going to do. And at the least amount, he can get off his feet. He can take a nice seat, whereas a referee is on its feet all the time. So much respect to those referees when they do show up. And hopefully we can get more and more. Because that as well just helps the progression of frames just move along a little bit quicker. Sometimes things can get a little scrappy in frames, as we saw in that previous match that was televised. Sometimes if we have a referee spotting balls or looking at for respotted white after a foul and miss, you could just tidy it up, because as much as there's great sportsmanship, it can take some time with both players kind of looking where the cue ball was and battling back and forth. It's nice to see that the organizations in South, Central, and North America, they are putting together referee clinics. So reach out to the one in your jurisdiction. Right now, the Dutchman's got a 25-point advantage, but lots of reds on the table. He's not a clear favorite in the frame just yet. Well, that shot, he was leaving a red on. Just plumb for the Dutchman. Very nicely done there by Ernst. Those middle pockets have been tough. But when you hit it right in the middle of the pocket, you're given no chance for the pocket to refuse it. As I mentioned before, the talent is great in here. Just heard through the grapevine that Levi Myler, Canadian player, has a high run of 132. Renat Denka had 115 at the beginning of the day. So 2 tons already, and it's only day one. We only had one on the TV table in this whole championship. Obviously, this first day of the Open, but in the seniors yesterday, we had the champion, Fabiano, make 103 in his quarterfinal match to push him to the semifinal. So it just goes to show what talent we have here, and it continues to grow in the Americas. So Ernst with a 41 advantage, and there's 67 on the table. Some more reds and colors for Ernst, and we'll Presley pushing into the Snooker's required stage. It's got a nice angle on this red into the right middle. Come off the cushion beyond the black for Hassan. Those crafty middle pockets. I was talking to a few players yesterday. They were coming in. I'm just like, be mindful of these middle pockets on the TV table. But Ernst has no problem with it there. That red blocks the path. It's just below the yellow. That red that Ernst is close to, but great cut there by Ernst. He's definitely in the driver's seat. All three reds deep in the bulk area. And Hassan definitely needs high value colors with reds to get back into the frame. Wouldn't have wanted that in off. And definitely would have liked that red. There's 48 in it. And 51 on the table. That red would have been his frame ball. Ernst. Do like his individuality with his hypnotic vest. We do encourage the players that you are promoting yourself, you are a brand, so there's no harm in foul, bringing some flashy wear to the table. See if it, as long as it coincides with the dress code ruling. Just put this red in a very easy potting position. I think Stevie Wonder could make this pot. Wow. Great long pot. Does need the black. Or pink. And then take... Really should take a look at the score here. Hassan, I know the green is that much easier. And there he is, coming to take a look at the score. Obviously, if there was a referee at the table, the referee can only tell the opponent what the score is. Up to the player to do its own arithmetic. Can't say what the difference is. So it looked like he was gearing up for the green, but he's thinking better, obviously, because he needs a lot of points to have a chance to win this frame. At the final red, there's always a chance of free ball. Hassani is still in this frame. If he's able to steal it, it would be colossal damage to Ernst. And what a shot he's played here to give him all the help in the world. It would be like a little bit less of pace. It's just a bit blind, but naturally it's going to go up for the yellow. But making it a blind cut just adds an extra degree of difficulty. But he has no problem with it. Gotta have a big shot going green to brown and then brown to blue, so wow. Don't think he's got the pot on, but he definitely can put him tight to the black here. A great little quiet break of 27 to get him back into this frame. There's 21 points in it and there's 22 on the table, so Ernst definitely has to be mindful of that as his opponent has found some potting strength. That was a thin coat of paint that he was able to clip off that brown. Hassani, just Hassan, my apologies, Hassan just waiting for the adjacent table. An interesting first frame, this match. It's ups and downs. Ernst did come out guns blazing and has kept at it, but Hassan has battled back to make it interesting. This one might pop out. I don't think he's going to refuse it. Love to have that round just pull up a little bit shorter. So the angle's going to force his cue ball to the top end of the table, as opposed to if it was shorter. The angle is there to come off the top cushion and maybe give him a better chance on the blue. He did well to try and draw back for the blue. Ooh, he's left it there. He knows it. Fierce competitor he is. Sometimes no guts, no glory. Thought on first notice, thought that was almost going to be too thin. So, doing the snooker's required stage, but definitely blue and this pink to seal the deal, to get the first frame to the Dutchman. Well done, Ernst. Great focus there. So he takes the first frame. We'll step aside as the players set up the second frame and come back for that exciting action. And welcome back, everybody. Frame 2 of this. Oh, Ernst. Well, if you're going to go in off, there's no better time than off the break. 4 points there, but still there's 147 points available on the table. But let's see what Hassan can do with this. Black or blue is there. Mrs. Black, he could be in trouble. Maybe just taking the blue into the green. Wondering about that red, the right of the pack. Yeah, Hassan, I mean, I don't want to put that on him, but I think he's going to be digging in. He's going to start battling. So Hassan with a little small 7 break to get the second frame going of this round robin match. We're at La Bande de Coin in Saint-Lambert, Quebec. Feel free to come down and visit. It's 49 Rue Green. Surprised that that is the title. I believe this, my old French teacher would say, I think green is vert. Great you're all tuning in on the stream. Chat is live and active. Feel free to voice your support for whatever player you're rooting for. If you have any comments or questions, need some directions, I'll do the best I can. Directed a few players to where they can find the live scores. I think Hassan does originally come from Iran, so feel free to wave those flags. If anybody has the red, white, and blue of the Netherlands, show it proudly for Ernst. Or maybe fill the stream with some orange. That's most of the time when we think of Holland, we think of orange and those bright orange football jerseys they wear come Euro and World Cup. As they do have the House of Orange over there with all the orange tulips.
Maybe three weeks. I mean, if you are three
Crowd likes that shot. Good round of applause. Always tricky when you're using the rest. But on a 6x12 table, got to be accustomed with those tools, all of them, that help you make an effective shot. I think Robert Walden, isn't it Waldo? Can't remember what the tallest man in the world, his surname was. I do know it started with a W, can't remember if it's Walden or Waldo. He was 8 feet 10 inches in stature, so he might not need a rest. But for the rest of us common folk, a rest is definitely important to need to know and how to master if you want to be an accomplished snooker player. And ironically enough, a lot of the players that are a little shorter in stature that we've seen, much better rest players. Probably are handling that piece of equipment a little bit more often. Yes, John and Eric, thanks for pointing everybody in the direction of Cloud Snooker's site, cloudsnooker.com. Great results are there. Live scoring, we've got 9 active tables in the room over here. So, and they've got tablets at each table. They're synced up, so everyone will be able to see if their favorite player is in action and how they're faring. But as results come in, they get updated on the website as well. But in this match, Hassan is doing a great job of battling back. He lost the first frame to Bizmir. Sandy just broke down there. Might see a little safety battle here. Just clipping some reds to the left side of the table. Just make sure you don't want to cannon into that black. Interesting that these Hassan tables that they do have it wired in for heating, as these great tables have that ability. Unfortunately, I don't think they have it connected, because if they were plugged in, it's amazing what a little heat can do to these tables. That cue ball probably would have ran into that green pocket. Mike Dominguez and the team down there at Ox Billiards in Seattle, Washington. He's got 4 great star tables fully dialed in with the heat, and had the fortune enough to be down there to do some great commentary work. And when our day's done, sometimes I have a little friendly frame with Mike or Christian Youngers or Dave Daly, and it's just amazing. You think your ball is going to stop, and it rolls another 6 inches with that heat. Wow, what a shot there. Great judge of pace. I don't think Ernst is in a spot of bother. He's in a lot of bother right here. So this could be costly, as it is unlimited putbacks and attempts in a foul and a miss situation, obviously until we get to the Snooker's required stage. So obviously, in the situation that Ernst is, a lot of players do mark their cue ball with a coin for a quicker respot for the white. You know, our tournament director, Kevin Patrick, has a great idea just to get one of those cue ball markers. It wasn't too costly, but going back to that point, get a cue ball marker, put it up and mark that cue ball, put the cue ball away. Then at the middle of the cue marker, make a little mark with a tailor's pencil. You can find one at your local fabric store, very inexpensive. Put that mark, bring back the cue ball, put it in, play on, and then if it's just watching that shot, got distracted a little bit, and then if it's a miss, you just bring that marker right back to that mark that you had and put the cue ball back. Bing, bang, boom, game on. Hassan definitely wants to put us into a decider. These best of three, they're short sprints, always a big chance for an upset. I'd have to say if Ernst was to win this one, it would be an upset. I like what Ernst has done in the first frame. Looks like I know he plays a lot, but I have had the opportunity to watch Hassan play. And when he gets into groove, oh, he's like a maestro. That cue is baton and reds and colors act like a string quartet as he makes sweet music. So he's got the redwoods here, a lot of extension. Oh, Ernst. Have to be like your fellow countryman Van Persie, great footballer, to make a tough shot there. Should have been in the bottom of the pocket. He just looks over my direction, kind of shrugs it off. Gotta have a mind of a goldfish in this game. You know that was one shot, you're gonna get a chance. It's a good mantra to have at times. You know your opponent is gonna miss in the amateur game. if there's a player in the amateur game that's not missing much, they're not gonna be an amateur for too long. Great opportunity here for a frame clearance. Or a frame winning clearance, that I should say. It's my saving grace here. He can just stun into this red. He's got the pink into the left middle. Blue's on its spot as well to come up for, which he has done. Kind of slowly just stun into this blue as there's a red below the brown. It definitely makes it look easy when he's in stroke. Oh, look what I've done. The old commentator's curse comes out again. $59 in it, 59 on the table. Black is open, so it is there for Ernst. Good to see Alfred Tinger in the room, traveling all the way up from the US of A. Lots of great familiar faces and some new ones, which is good to see. And a little bit of youth. No juniors, but we're slowly getting there. The thing is, we've got to start providing the opportunity for juniors to play. Great idea, because it teaches our youngsters sportsmanship, etiquette, responsibility. You know, you have a match time. You got to be there on time, respecting your opponent. I think if that pink went down, we would have been going to a decider, so a reprieve. Not sure where he's holding up his hand. I think he's holding up his hand for the concession there. Not sure what the fluke is there by Ernst. So Hassan takes that frame, and we're off to a decider, and we'll be right back with that great action. We're back here in frame 3. Looks like we've broken off and we're getting into it. I was talking to our good Brazilian friend Januario. Man is a wonderful, wonderful snooker commentator down in Brazil. He's up here playing in the tournament. A lot of the Brazilians were ecstatic yesterday with Fabiano winning the seniors event. Can he be the only second man to do the double dip? As Igor Figueiredo won the initial seniors and open way back in 2019. Igor not up for this tournament, but wherever he is, if he's tuning in, we wish you all the best, Igor. He's the reigning World Seniors champion. Lifted the crown last year in Sheffield as he won the seniors event of this tournament last year. I got to talk a little bit to Fabiano after his win yesterday. His English is coming along just like my Portuguese, but I think he understood what I said when I turned to him and I said, Pele, Senna, Figueiredo, world champions, Fabiano, maybe. That definitely is great company. Obviously Pele and Ayrton Senna were not snooker players, but Pele, world champion in football, and Ayrton Senna, a marvelous Formula One driver. And all those aforementioned athletes play with passion in their hearts. Most of them, I'm pretty sure, did not get into the sports of their chosen vocation for the paycheck or for the love. Because when you love something, it doesn't feel like work. Too bad. Way back in 1994, we lost. Ernst lost his cue ball there, but losing Ayrton Senna in that fateful crash. A sad, sad day in Brazil. He just was so instrumental in uplifting the spirits of the Brazilians as they've been tossed and turns, really struggling sometimes with identity. It really gave a lot of Brazilians just hope that one of their fellow countrymen can do good in the world. As he also created, I believe, an organization. It was called Senna Kids, but correct me if I'm wrong, anybody out there on the stream in Brazil. Really was helping a lot of the not well-off children of his native Brazil. So, we miss you, Senna. What a career he would have had. But as everybody knows, I'm a man of movie quotes and stuff like that. And I think the great Patrick Swayze, another actor that passed away too early, once said in a movie called Point Break, "It's not tragic if you die what you love doing." And that's how Ayrton went. But so just a slim advantage in this deciding frame for Hassan. It's been a little bit more free-flowing than our previous match. Obviously, we're just a little behind. It's poised to be a real nice day, actually, as some of our early morning matches were just flying out of the gate. Results were coming in at rapid pace, and then just came to a big screeching halt. This can happen in this great game of snooker. Just so unpredictable how results are going to go. So just heard of a result. You can find results on cloudsnooker.com, but unfortunately Daniel Holoida lost his first match against Chekyun Kwon. But both those players, phenomenal shot makers. So I know Daniel looks a little gloom right now, but hold your head up high. You lost to a really good player. But I'm sure the American-born Polish resident player will rebound and come out swinging in his next match. The sting of defeat is fresh. It's tough. But as I said, get that memory of goldfish. He's going to live to fight another day. Yes, the top three of each group will move on, as we have 8 groups. They will produce 24 as we get into the knockout round, which might be scheduled. The first round might come up on Friday night. If not, it definitely will be taking place on Saturday. And then the knockout starts with the 2 and 3 places in the groups battling each other as the number 1 seeds of each group get a bye. And then slowly we whittle down to a final on Thanksgiving Sunday here in Canada. So, turkey and snooker. How can you go wrong? I don't. Well, he's fortunate that that red's come and just taken the black out of commission. Fortunately, the blue is all the way up in the bulk area. Just a little high on the blue. Maybe a little forward thinking here. Get that blue back on its spot. We did have a little bit of an angle. Very nicely done. These great break builders have all the shots in the arsenal. Just when you think they're out, they come back in. But a little dilemma here. Thinking about maybe cutting this into the green pocket, but gonna just take his medicine, play safe. So small advantage for the American via Iran, 17-5. Does this red have the pace to go in? No. That shot of Ernst, who's going to open up the black. So that'll be a delight to both players. It's a nice little cluster right there with the yellow and brown. Player could find his cue ball nestled in there. It'd be quite dangerous. Not a bad idea what Ernst was doing there. That red very close to the top left corner. Put on a very long plant there. Use his cue ball in such a way that if it wasn't to work out, he would be safe. And unfortunately, it didn't go safe. And Hassan. That's an opportunity here. Draw back for this red by the green pocket. Yeah, Renat Danka, who has got a very impressive 115 break earlier today. Watching this match with intent. So he's cheering on his buddy. But not getting too close to the table, doesn't want to throw him off too much. Great safety shot, acknowledged by a tap on the table. Just don't know if you had the angle to pop up nicely on that black.
Yeah, you don't want it to walk away.
Yeah, that looked like the only shot he had. I think the path to the brown was blocked there. And obviously he's going to take the blind cut into the top left with that black. If he's to miss, he's going to be opening up those reds and just gifting Ernst quite an opportunity. Clever shot there by Ernst. Well, shot to nothing, good pace. His opponent has to put his hand on the cushion. It's never fun. You always like to put it flat on the bed of the table. Nice pawn into those tough middle pockets. Obviously, probably everyone tuning in. Look how close he was with his cue ball to that red that's near the top cushion. You know, isn't it always nice to take a shot on when your object ball and cue ball are close together? Most of the time it is, but those shots along the cushion are so difficult. You have to be so precise because that object ball just hits the cushion just before the pocket. It's going to spoil the birthday party for everyone. Fortunate not to hit the horn there. Just taking a strong look. The 1-2-3 plan in the right, top right. Very nicely done by Ernst. And as well, right now, as it stands, Levi Myler, the Canadian, has the high run of the tournament right now with a 1-3-2. I had the distinct pleasure of commenting on Fabiano's 103 yesterday. If you want to be active in the chat, anyone want to speak up, who knows their snooker history in Canada, what player did I commentate on? That was my first century to commentate on. Who was that player that had that century? What you thinking, Stu, about it? I don't know if you can cheat about it too. I'm not sure if that is knowledge up there on the internet. Maybe in a few moments I'll let you know. Who was a player that had my first commentated century? Give you a clue. It was at Shooterville in Burlington, Ontario at the 2017 Richler Cup. A nice long pot there by Hassan. It is a kind of shot to nothing. The nice part is there's another red that's close to that corner pocket. Amazing. I've commented on a few tournaments. Not many, but my resume definitely is building. There's always one pocket that seems to be trouble, that seems to just refuse things. And in that case, there's two, these middle pockets. But it seems like Ernst has been able to figure them out. He might have been doing his homework and tuning into the stream when he wasn't at the table in the seniors part of this tournament. Probably heard me lament about those middle pockets. So he's got a black into the right one now. Yeah, great form that Ernst has. You know, staying down on the shot, not popping up. Ernst just drops his cue in frustration. Something happened there because that was a really great opportunity for the Flying Dutchman. The deciding frame here. It's got a 4-point advantage. Still 51 points on the table. Just needs to get on the right position for this red by the pink. If he's high on it, makes it that much easier. black ball is finding the pink spot, as its original spot is covered by the pink and black, so that's the case. When a color ball comes back up and its spot is taken, it goes to the highest point of value available. In that case, the pink spot with the black. And if all colored spots are taken, the ball will go in a line with the top cushion, directly in a line, from the top cushion directly in a line behind its spot. Might have pushed this out. Shows the great cue power there. Hassan possesses. He's got maybe a little bit of an angle. No, he's got to run through. So a seesaw affair here in the decider. Just push that out and give an opportunity to Ernst. He's not happy with that one. It's kind of a little bit in no man's land. Definitely that yellow does go into its own pocket. It's going to come back on its spot, but it's just got some difficulty to it. But not for Ernst. I'd like to go a little bit more, so big chance here. It's a golden opportunity for Ernst. Just got to hold his composure. This would be a big win for him. Not sure if these two have battled it out. But Ernst was at the qualifier. Or Hassan. Gotta drop that A. There's no silent A there. Hassan was in the final. Oh, it just broke down on the green. Yeah, that Q Tour stop at the PABSA Academy in February. Great to see. I think we were down in Rio last year. The great chairman of the WPBSA, Jason Ferguson, came and joined us for the festivities. And there were some announcements being made about Q Tour stops coming to the Americas, which is great news to see for this wonderful sport. As in the past, if you wanted to be a professional in snooker, the idea is you fly over to England, play in a qualifying event, all on your own dime. There's no cash, actually, even for the winner. All you do, if you do win, you get to be on the tour. And then you got to do the hard work and try and make your wage there by winning tournaments, or at least placing in the money. So the game is tough. Getting onto the pro circuit was tough. But now, with the expansion, the winner of that PABSA, or the Q Tour stop, I should say, that was at the PABSA Academy, went over to the final stage in Bosnia. So all good signs, showing that this sport is definitely growing. People are hungry for their cue sports.
Ice cream. I didn't realize that it's easy. Yeah.
If Ernst just flicks off this green, comes off the cushion, maybe tries to get behind the blue or black. Can't play that as a shot to nothing. Just he's not smiling with happiness there. He's just a little frustrated. He's now snookered on his brown. And he's just going to hold the spot there as he asks his opponent, "Do you want me to go back?" So many things that can frustrate in this game, but that's definitely one of the biggest things. Make a great pot, feeling confident, and as soon as you know it, your cue ball comes to rest in a snookered position. So just 7 little points in this deciding frame with 22 on the table. Either player's frame and match to take. Just a little pacey for Hassan. I think he can get by the black with this brown. Well, that was one way of doing it. I don't think that was the plan. So this blue is his frame and match ball. This goes down. Ernst is going to need snookers. Try and cut this in the yellow pocket. Yeah, that'd be extremely dangerous. But the result of this shot has left a long red for Ernst. He needs them all. Hasn't come far enough. The potting angle is there for the blue into the left middle. Or into the green pocket. Yeah, just 16 points in it, and black's in a nice spot, so I don't Not surprised that Ernst is coming back to the table. Well done. Avoided the double kiss. Fans delighted there. Acknowledged by a little smattering of applause. There's some crowd in here. We got plenty of seats available, so if you are in St. Lambert or maybe just across the water in Montreal, you're at La Bande de Coin at 49 Rue Green. Come on down and say hello. The drinks are cold, food is hot, and the snooker action is impeccable. Ernst has got the snooker. I think Hassan might have thought he could put him back. It's like, no, snooker's required, so just a foul, no miss. Ooh, just a little thin. Ernst has got a chance. It's a long pot. Lots could go wrong. Just the angle that he's got. It's going to come off left and then bulk cushion, looking like that. That's what the angle is. Oh, he's giving him a chance. Left middle, top left corner. What does Hassan try? He tried and was just almost successful. Got to pull up. Oh, I think the Dutchman's going to be in trouble. Trouble part is, obviously, it's a tough shot. And he can't leave it, but there it is. Handshakes all around. Wow, that was a definitely gripping affair there. But Hassan Satana takes that match 2 frames to 1. We're going to step aside while the master of this tournament, Mr. Kevin Patrick, tournament director, is going to get us another great TV match. And when that gets all set up, we'll be right back and bring the action to you. So thanks for tuning in, everybody. We'll see you soon from the 2024 PABSA Open Snooker Championship.
I lost 2-1. I'm not prepared. Can you do the tablet back?
It's open to food.
That's the worst match I played, right?
Oui, j'ai gagné le championnat. Le championnat, ça me fait signe.
Stay away from me. I'm not just that was the same problem.
C'est vrai, c'est l'autre, on s'est dit là.
Yeah, they have some issues, so that's an issue. Okay.
And you'll rub it.
I'll put on body armor first. We're an hour. One match to go. I need a beat. We're an hour behind. The match is at 40. I got 3 frames. I just came down before I started. They were back at the PABSA. Okay, I like that match. And it was 2-1.
And welcome back, everybody, to the 2024 PABSA Open Snooker Championship. It's day one. We're at La Bande de Coin in the Saint-Lambert, Quebec. It's David Burney in the booth. We're glad that you've been joining us all day long. Got an exciting one on tap here. Fabiano, who is victorious in the senior side of this tournament yesterday, showing no signs of weakness. I think he's already got a match win under his belt, so didn't celebrate too much last night. There probably was a few brown pots, but he'll be taking on Francois Normand of Quebec. So Fabiano definitely has got to be one of the favorites in this open tournament as well, but Francois will have the home crowd behind him. We are underway. The active live chat on the stream, do let us know where you're tuning in from. If you have any comments or questions, you can check out all the live scoring and results on cloudsnooker.com. That's cloudsnooker.com. Francois got into the knockout phase of the seniors tournament, so this definitely could be a good match here. Fabiano also a threat for a high run. He had the high run in the senior side of a 103. But right now, Levi Myler of Canada has a high run of a 132. We'll see if that can be toppled. It's just day one, so definitely lots of time. Always a bit tricky in these best of three matches. The talent is so plentiful. And if a player is to miss, they could be sitting for a while, so they might just clam up a little bit. Maybe refuse more shots than they want. You know, maybe take only high percentage shots, not chance their arm on a lower percentage shot. But then when we get to the knockout stage, the matches get a little bit longer. But you never know. That's why we tune into sport. You just never know what can happen. Hey, thanks for tuning in, Andrea McCluskey. I'm pretty sure that's got some relation to Andrew, and he thanks you tremendously as he was getting ready to go, leaving Sacramento, poised, ready for this championship. sitting at the airport on the plane, just doing the checklist, and then he stopped. His snooker glasses. He couldn't believe he forgot them. So I think he's had a result, Andrea, so if you want to take a look at cloudsnooker.com, you can see how he's done. But he thanks you tremendously for rapidly mailing those glasses, and they should be here hopefully sometime today, so he can have them for tomorrow's action. And hopefully someday we can get out to Sacramento. I hear it's got a really surge of snooker action out there. There's a room with 11 tables. That seems prime for a big tournament. These big tournaments draw a lot of players. And with a lot of players, you need a lot of tables. Pizza Pavi, thanks for tuning in. It's David Burney in the booth. Not sure if you checked out any of the snooker action last year at the Rio de Janeiro Yacht Club, but I was down there enjoying the great fun. It's nice to see that this tournament is traveling around. I think right now in the early stages of it, it's going to have the trifecta. America will be next year. I think we're going to go back to Brazil and up to Canada. But there's a lot of countries in the Americas. Won't be surprised if we maybe get into Central or maybe one of the islands in the Gulf of Mexico. Here, Costa Rica, they enjoy their snooker. Colombia enjoys some snooker. Thought about it a little bit. Well, Andrew, if I see Andrew, I'll let him know that hopefully he gets those glasses by the evening. So that was a nice long red. Unfortunately, the blue didn't drop for Fabiano, but put Francois in a bit of trouble. Might be able just to clip off the left side of those reds just below the pink. Ooh, though, he squirted one out. Edson, nice to meet you. I'm not sure. Pizza Pava. I'm not sure how that handle is. Maybe do you run a pizza place? A great pizza here at La Bande de Coin. All the food has been phenomenal, and the staff very friendly, very helpful. Obviously, their native language is French, but a lot of players do not parler français. I'll do a little petit peu, a little bit. As being Canadian, that was part of our education early on, as we're one of the only official bilingual countries. But they've been very tolerant.
There's no bill right there. This is the bill. The bill.
Oh, hits, and that sounds great. Pizza and snooker, how can you go wrong? Hopefully we've got pineapple and Parmesan cheese for that pizza. It's a favorite of mine. And are you located somewhere in Brazil, or do we find your great pizza and snooker place somewhere else in the world? That's the one thing you don't want to do is wake up the typhoon. Fabiano, just such an excellent potter when he gets into it.
Yeah, we had 3:30 match coming. Haven't started. Yeah.
Oh, just lovely weighted shot there by Fabiano. He makes my job easy. I can be like all the fans, just sit back and enjoy this maestro at the table. Oh, so uncharacteristic there. Another elementary black, and he broke down on it. If he looks for the brown to the yellow pocket, take that and come 2 cushions down for that red that's just away from all its friends in the pack. Just electing to play. Ooh, electing to play safe. Almost put that brown into that middle pocket. Oh, Fabiano. Obviously, I think that shot was intended as a shot to nothing, as you can see where his cue ball is, but yeah, players are instructed that when you're at the table, you spot your own balls, as your opponent will keep a run of the score at the tablet, as that updates in real time on the cloudsnooker.com webpage. That's where you can find all the results of this great tournament. If you got a bit of time, you can definitely take a look at the senior side. It's a fun tournament that concluded yesterday.
Look at the cloud, right? See what the scores are. Check out Cloud Snooker and look at the live scoring and see what match they're on.
So he extends his lead to 29-1. We're just in the first frame of this best of three. It's the frame count for the round robins. It's a tough juggling act that we do at these tournaments. Obviously, you know, snooker can get kind of long at times. And obviously, if these matches were best of fives, we could be here for a lot longer. It might almost be a 2-week tournament. But with players coming throughout the Americas, no one is doing this as their profession right now. We're all amateurs. We all love doing it. It's a little tough out of the pocketbook. But it's great that these tournaments are there. It's going to really inspire people to get better. That's going to create better snooker, better viewership. When viewership gets higher, companies are going to be more interested in being, what's the snooker thing? How many eyes are going to get on my lovely product or service? So, baby steps. You know, they didn't build Rome in a day, and they didn't get to the moon in the first Apollo mission. It's a slow down a little bit, and it pulled up just in time. It's got an angle on this yellow. Come back down table. Just taking a look to see if that red goes. That's close to the pink. Just really one trouble red here for Francois. I'll be happy to take a couple more pinks with those two reds. A bit more pace. Just left him high on the brown, on the red, I mean. Nice pot there by Fabiano. Crowd enjoys that. Great to develop that red off the cushion. He's got the red just off the top cushion, but electing for the one that he developed. People's going to run up table a little bit. It's a blind cut. Very nice. Black dead in the pace of the cue ball as it was going to be shooting down to the ball can. Like a thin cut on the black. At the angle, it could run around. Oh, Fabiano. He's giving himself a chance. Fortunately, he's up. Got to put his bridge hand on the cushion. Just taking a look at the score. 25 in it. 35 on. Bernay is in the chat room. Bernay is invaluable to us at this tournament. Every morning coming in, rushing, blocking, ironing the tables, cleaning the rails, just making the conditions top notch for all these players. So I hope the players appreciate it. Bernay, I definitely appreciate all your hard work. You've done a great job in here. That's a great hit there by Francois. Big round of applause, as you can tell. He's the crowd favorite, a local Quebecer. Looks like he does have a path there just to clip out the right side of the red. Shot he'd like to have back. Just canning into that blue. Full face. Stopped all the momentum in the cue ball. I'm giving Fabiano right into the top left corner. That was his frame ball, so or my apologies, that was not his frame ball. He needs a color to put us into the snooker's required stage. He's just playing for the snooker. Kind of surprising, maybe he didn't go for that long blue. He'll know better than we do of his abilities. He'll know what he likes. Maybe he just knew better to try and put the snooker on there. Fabiano in his last shot forced his opponent to make a mistake, and he has been successful. As this yellow is going into the right middle. Well, it had the angle to go in. Not whether Fabiano wanted to go in or it's just that was a very careless miss. Just not sure there. Glad to hear you're tuning in, Happy Wanderer. And Dennis Parton. Not sure if your great-grandmother is Dolly, but glad that you're tuning in with some insight, some sharing of good shots. Great shot there. The viewing audience mixed of some Brazilian players that aren't in their matches right now and local fans coming in from the Belle Provence to cheer on their local boy, Francois Normand. It's nice to see Pedro Luis Poulet back in the room. Had a little bit of a scare in the seniors event. He actually had to concede his match in the middle of the second frame before it was even finished. Just not feeling that well, so I was glad that he's acclimatized himself to maybe a little cooler temperatures here in Canada. And don't blink, because before you know it, there's a few more balls going down and Fabiano is going to take this first frame. And we'd like to see a little bit more of the break, but I guess Francois just going to click the button. He knows he's done and dusted on this frame. So we'll step aside for a few short moments as the players set up, and we'll be back with frame 2 action of this round-robin match at the 2024 PABSA Open Snooker Championships.
Je sais que la nouvelle de ce qu'il fait, c'est pour le générer.
And welcome back to our featured match here between Fabiano Anderson-Lursen of Brazil taking on the French-Canadian Francois Normand. Fabiano took that first frame, itching to get the second one. Always, his short matches can be quick sprints. They also can be poised for big upsets. You know, you get one frame to the good at the beginning of a match. You're up one with two to go. My apologies. You really put your opponent in it to dig in to pull out some magic to win 2 in a row. It's good weight on that shot for Francois. Got him really close to the bulk cushion. Looks like he has the snooker as well, but with all the reds on the table, shouldn't be a problem for Fabiano to hit. Ooh. But the pink was hit first. A gander of reds down there. He isn't able to grab them. So Francois thinking maybe a few reds in the bunch moved a little bit after Fabiano cannoned into that pink. So both players just having a discussion. Both players not as strong in their opponent's native tongue as Francois, French-Canadian, predominantly speaks French, and Fabiano from Brazil speaking Portuguese, but through hand gestures, sign language, nods and approval, it's game on. Ooh, it's Francois' turn to cannon into the pink. 6 for a 6. Trying to cannon into that black. Put it kind of in a nasty position. So, Bino's going to have to go around the world here after this blue. This is going to be a thin flick off the right side of these cluster of reds. Just avoid the in off, come 2 cushions, 3 cushions into bulk. Just a little pacey. Like that to pull up to get that yellow to block any kind of path for Francois down to the reds. looks rather straight on that green. If he wants to take the brown into that same green pocket, he's going to have to be coming off a couple cushions, and he's got to avoid the yellow and blue. Well, he's put the pink safe. I agree with some of the chat going on. It's tough to get professional snooker sometimes in the Americas. I've really lobbied to try and Matchroom is great. I hear DAZN does great things. Unfortunately, DAZN's not available in Canada. But you would think maybe World Snooker could get their own kind of streaming service and as well have on-demand. As much as us, obviously in the Americas, we're a little behind in time, that is. In Vancouver, when they're playing the 7 p.m. matches, it's 11 a.m. in the morning. So a big difference of time there. And sometimes I might be at my day job, but I'd love to watch the snooker. And when snooker did come back early on some streams, there were some networks that did have the on-demand feel, but somehow that's just gone away. So it seems rather simple things that we can do to continue it to grow, yet they're not happening, and I'm not sure why. Pluto TV. Okay, Dennis, I will take a look at that. But in this live snooker match that we have here on the PABSA YouTube channel, Fabiano is up 25-7. He's also up a frame. Needs one more to put this match to bed. But Francois is a battler. Fabiano trying to create something with that long pot, but just was unsuccessful. Or maybe he did fluke something in there. My apologies, he's still at the table. Or was that Francois? Sorry, I got distracted a little bit. That little safety shot has rather opened up the black to the right side. Unfortunately, it's kind of a blind cut. Every player is taking it on. But there's a few reds over here on the left side that hopefully could get cleared up sooner than later and open up that pocket. that double kiss going to come back and hurt him. Really jumped around the table there. It was going to go around a bit, that blind cut, but it scooched up the bulk rather quickly. Oh, this isn't looking good. Black is now tied up that top left corner pocket. I think the game of snooker is tough with 6 pockets. Try playing when you only have 5 available. Quite a party over there. That black and a bunch of reds are all slowly making their way over there. Looks like Francois has a tough battle against him. Might just be able to get by this blue and that pink. Yep, and well, it's fortunate the black didn't go down. Let's push that red out just above the pink. It's almost got a little, I don't think that pathway works for that one. Red along the left cushion just above the sea of reds and black. Good opportunity for Francois. You find the gap after this pink. Going right down into my direction. Taking this pink into the green pocket. Oh, that really hurts. Thought that might happen a few more shots in the past. So he misses the pink, puts the black in. So colossal 7-point advantage there to the Brazilian's hand. And he's got a few reds that he can play with now. That is true, Dennis. Alain Robidoux is a house pro here in Quebec. He actually stopped by, I believe, over the weekend. So hopefully we'll be able to see him again. Yeah, Pizza Pava, I don't know. Ooh, that's an unfortunate miss there. But I feel on the research on that, Alain Robidoux, Ronnie O'Sullivan, it seems like Alain was just, coming along. And Ronnie was playing the whole match right-handed, and then all of a sudden he just decided to play left on a shot, which he is entitled to do. But it was so uncommon back there that Alain just thought he was taking the mickey out of him. That's a good question, Happy Wonder. I don't know if I'm going to ask that to Alain if he walks into the room. But a very curious question, obviously, because a lot of snooker players, they have that one thing that kind of really identifies them. Of course, Steve Davis, 6 world champion, the Ginger, the Nugget, Stephen Hendry, King of the Crucible, but yeah, everyone remembers that incident that Alain Robidoux had with Ronnie O'Sullivan. Everyone knew that Bill Werbeniuk was a man that was trying to drink Canada dry. Jimmy White, that flashy white suit. Willie Thorne with almost a cue ball-like baldness on his head. Dennis Taylor with the funny glasses. It's an individual sport. There's a lot of interesting individuals. Not sure what the cue that Alain is using Happy Wonder. Obviously, I come from Vancouver. I might ask maybe some of the local guys when I get a chance if they connect and play with Alain. It was another disastrous thing that had to happen to Alain way back. So he was playing with his cue, and I think he put a piece of sponsorship on a cue, some kind of emblem, and he took it back to his cue maker to just get some work done. His cue maker was so furious by the sticker, I believe, that was on his cue that he smashed the cue to pieces, which is unbelievable. So there a 3-ball plant here for Francois. I'm just gonna look to play safe. Fortunately, he's left a long red on for Fabiano. And Fabiano definitely does not refuse a lot of these. And this looks more like a favorable 2-ball plant here. There's some distance just between the two reds. A lot easier when they're welded tight together and the angle's there. So 35 in it with 43 on the table. Second looking promising is Fabiano's frame ball, putting us into the snooker's required stage. So he's left it in a potential potting position here for Francois. The Quebecer trying to put us into a decider. I think Alain is still playing, is happy. Our friend Dennis Parton has acknowledged that Alain is a house pro. Francois was able to steal this frame. I would favor him in the decider. So Fabiano being up all frame, looking strong. But Francois just crawling back. go and well, probably we'll just acknowledge a little bit of a result there, a little fluke. But now he definitely needs the red with black. Oh, my apologies. There's 35 on and there's 27 in it, so. Nowhere near Snooker's required stage just yet. Francois does have the path for this red to go into the yellow pocket. Colors are rather open, so the steal is on if he's able to make this red. Got to keep his composure, not get ahead of himself too much. Black and green, the only balls on their spots. Good angle just to draw back nicely off this brown, be on the blue into the yellow pocket. Hopefully he can give an angle so he can come back down table for the pink afterwards. Pressure is mounting. Just knows that one careless mistake, he's probably going to lose the frame and match, so just got to keep his wits above him. All right. Pink does have some distance though, going from one side of the table to the other. It's nice that the white's at least close to the halfway point. Just feel a little stickiness on his cue stick as he retires.